Pleasant good morning to the Honorable Mr. John Bresenio, Prime Minister of Belize, his ministers, ministers of state and members, to the leader of the opposition, his members and Madam Speaker. Let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit and counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct your plans and endeavors so that you will help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in the peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared to those who love you. Amen.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Good morning, colleagues. I bring your attention to a few points before we get into the business of today. In the gallery, we do have members of the disability community. As it is today on the agenda, we have the second reading of the Disabilities Act. I recognize the Special Envoy, Honorable Her Excellency Rosanna Briceño, who is leading the group from the community. And I do appreciate the assistance from the staff. As members would be aware, the National Assembly is not yet fitted for those with mobility issues in particular. So I do appreciate the assistance of the staff. We also have with us members, again, from the sign language community, assisting us once again in the live streaming of the meeting today to ensure that those who need sign language can also witness the occasion happening today. So I thank the community from Cayo as well for that. I also would like to bring to your attention, members, that I was contacted by the Leader of Opposition, member from Mesopotamia, regarding the concern on the late notice, as he worded it to me, regarding this meeting. In the interest of disclosure, I was given an official complaint letter yesterday during the course of the day, and I responded. With your indulgence, I'd just like to give my response to you so it forms a part of the record, but also to ensure that members on both sides are aware of the rules that are currently in the standing orders. And it reads, Dear Honorable Moses Barrow, Leader of the Opposition, I acknowledge receipt of your letter of protest on the notice period for the House meeting called for tomorrow, Friday, June 28, 2024. The Clerk of the National Assembly was notified on Sunday, June 23rd by the Cabinet Secretary on behalf of the Executive for June 28 to be set aside for a House meeting. This was brought to my attention and the notice went out on Monday, June 24th, when the orders of the day were verified. I do appreciate the concern on notice. However, the notice for this meeting is not in contravention of the standing orders. As you have indicated, indeed, since being in the office of the Speaker of the House of Representatives, I have worked with the Clerk's office and that of the Cabinet Secretary to the Executive to improve on notification. While there is no notice period specified in the standing orders for notification of regular House meetings, the office has improved on the practice of at least 1 week before the date of the meeting. This has been done in an effort to allow Standing Order 19.3 on notice of question to be applied as often as possible. This effort has been undertaken since in Belize, by practice, all administrations to date have not utilized Standing Order 11.1 of establishing House meetings weekly on Fridays. As you may recall, notice of meetings, among other areas of the standing orders, are being looked at in the comprehensive list of recommendations for proposed amendments to the standing orders. I do look forward to the Committee on Standing Orders to establish a date to consider the proposed amendments before the end of the year. It was important that I share that, as I have been informed that while the letter of complaint was posted on the media, the response was not. And it's also important to establish the facts regarding the current standing order regulations. I would also like to close my announcement in acknowledging that the National Assembly Staff Committee did receive the acceptance of resignation from Her Excellency Governor General Fouad Salam of our Clerk of Parliament, Mr. Eddie Webster. Mr. Eddie Webster has completed 14 years of service with the National Assembly. His family joins him in the gallery, and we would like we would like to publicly acknowledge his years of committed service to the National Assembly of Belize. If you would allow me, please, a round of applause for the service of Mr. Eddie Webster. Today marks Mr. Webster's last sitting of the House of Representatives. Perhaps not as rambunctious, Mr. Webster, but it is the last sitting. And his effective date is the 30th, but operationally, today would be the last day. Thank you, Mr. Eddie Webster.
Maybe I mean any boycott, no? Papers.
Lord, your indulgence, Madam Speaker.
Sure.
A number of things very quickly, Madam Speaker. Responding to the Leader of the Opposition's short notice, I think I will have to take some responsibility on that, but I was hoping that he would have been more understanding. Or I guess, I don't think the others are boycotting, it's only him boycotting. He's the only one that comes to house meetings. And it's going to help me to behave better today. My wife is in the gallery, so I have to be in my best behavior. But also, Madam Speaker, I was hoping that the leader would understand that we are 19 days away from a by-election in Toledo East, and that we all understand that whilst the work of the House cannot stop, we also need to do some campaigning. I guess he probably don't throw in the towel that he will not going to win in Toledo East. But that does not stop us from campaigning, because we have to go there and campaign and meet the people and to ensure that the PUP continues to represent the good people of Toledo East. So I was hoping that he would have been more understanding, but as his father once famously said, it is what it is. But also, Madam Speaker, allow me to welcome the members from the disability community who was here. I had the opportunity to go and say hi to all of them. And one of them was giving me good advice, telling me that I should act and then ask for permission, ask for forgiveness. He said, no, ask permission, do it, and then you ask for forgiveness. That's what he was telling me over a tattoo, that he has a nice tattoo. But certainly also to Rosanna, my wife who is here with us today. Many people know, especially in the disability community, that she has dedicated her life to work with children and families with disabilities from the tender age of 18. She has been working. She's 35. And all her adult life, she has been a teacher working with children with disabilities, and also countrywide, trying to find how these children can have better opportunities, and that the entire disability community can also be with better, have more opportunities than what we have been giving them over the years. And trust me, I do get a mouthful on that one, trust me on that. also on the sexual harassment bill. But also, Madam Speaker, apart from that, this morning the nation, we woke up to the sad news that we lost Jenny Lovell, the incomparable Jenny Lovell, who we all have seen on Channel 5 KTV. I think just earlier this week she was also on live TV. That voice, we remember Mass in Blues, when she's one of the most, probably the best album Belize has ever produced, with Frankie Reno. Just all of them were just little kids when it took out Mass in Blues. And I wish that more and more Belizeans should be aware of that music. She was a national treasure, and I join others, our colleagues on this side of the House and the entire country, extending heartfelt condolences to her family and her friends and everybody who loved Jenny, especially since, again, as I said, because of her appearances on Channel 5. She loved singing and she loved Belize, and for this we are a grateful nation, and we thank her family for sharing Jenny with us. And may her soul and the soul of all the departed rest in peace. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members, just a omission that I had in my announcement that I forgot. We did receive the official notices of absences for the honorable member from Cayo Northeast due to sick leave. And we also received the official notice of absence as per Standing Order 84 by the honorable member for Alberts due to her continued recuperation. I just bring this to the attention of all members that there is a Standing Order 84. It does require you to just pen a little note. It can be by WhatsApp, email, or phone call so that the office can record the absence. Thank you. Clerk?
Papers.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Public Utilities, Energy, Logistics, and E-Governance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional papers number HR 251A/1/13, the Public Utilities Commission Request for Proposals Regulation 2024.
Honorable members, that paper is ordered to lie on the table.
Presentation of report from Select Committee.
I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table reports number HR 252/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Insurance Amendment Bill 2024, number HR 253/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Southern Deport Development Facility Bill 2024. Thank you.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Public Service, Labor, Industry, and Trade Committee.
Thank you. Yeah, morning, Madam Speaker. I rise to lay on the table reports on behalf of the Chairperson of the Public Service, Labor, Industry, and Trade Committee. Reports number HR 254/1/13, report from the Public Service, Labor, Industry, and Trade Committee on the Disabilities Bill 2024, and report number HR 255/1/13, report from the Public Service, Labor, Industry, and Trade Committee on the Anti-Sexual Harassment Bill 2024. Thank you.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table.
Introduction of bills.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment, Civil Aviation and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the Fiscal Incentives Amendment Bill 2024. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentive Act, Act number 4 of 2023, to provide for exemption on import duty for foreign managers and foreign skilled workers employed by a person with an investment of US $250 million and above, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, one of the key goals in Plan Belize is to create full employment for women and young people. So we will never stop in trying to create meaningful employment. Today, unemployment is at 3%, unprecedented for these size, more so because of where we come, thanks to the People's United Party government. But we can't stop there. We need to do more to be able to build a resilient economy. Investment is a key driver to sustainable economic development, income growth, and employment by any economy, including Belize. While we are always doing everything possible to encourage homegrown investment, foreign direct investment, FDI, is a key catalyst in sustaining the modernization of the economies, since FDI triggers technology spillovers, assists human capital formation, contributes to international trade integration, helps create a more competitive business environment, and enhances enterprise development. All these elements contribute to higher economic growth. In order to fully encourage both domestic as well as foreign productive investment, however, the availability of a healthy, enabling environment for business that contributes to a competitive corporate climate is vital. In this sense, this healthy, enabling environment is usually characterized by several elements, which include availability of a sound, generous, and well-structured supply of public incentive schemes that fosters both foreign direct and domestic investments. This PUP government is fully committed to establishing Belize's position as an important economic player in the region. We have embarked on a number of reforms intended to facilitate private, domestic, and foreign investment in a number of different domains. Among the reforms include the amendments of the Fiscal Incentives Act and the Designated Processing Act to reflect the current reality of the global and local economy to attract investments. There are several priority sectors in which Belize has comparative and competitive advantages. Specifically, these priority sectors can be grouped under 6 main sectors. They are tourism and leisure, including medical, cultural, nature-based, sun and beach, cruise and nautical, and leisure entertainment. Agriculture, agribusiness, and agro-processing. Marine fisheries and aquaculture, the blue economy. Light manufacturing, sustainable renewable energy, biofuels, green infrastructures. Information technology and export services, including business process outsourcing, BPO, professional services, real estate, logistic, internet, and communication services. Our government encourages foreign investment in all the priority sectors mentioned, but tourism is a sector that attracts the most FDI due to the country's geographical position, the beauty that our Creator has blessed us with, and the development of ecotourism. Increasingly, the tourism product is being diversified beyond sun, sea, and coast to culture, music, and adventure tourism, located, a lot of it, in the interior. For context, Madam Speaker, Belize attracted FDI of over $271 million in 2019, $194 million in 2020, $299 million in 2021. In the first year, we don't beat the best year the UDP had in 30 years. $414 million in 2022. And in the first quarter of 2023, we attracted over $114 million with the same trend of growth as we had in 2022. Our government's objective is to increase FDI, or foreign direct investment, even higher in 2024. In this context, we're amending the Fiscal Incentives Act to facilitate incentives to investments of $250 million or above. Now, if you were to allow me, Madam Speaker, there are a number of reasons why we're doing this. The first one is the whole issue where the UDP tried to create a sort of misunderstanding, or trying to be able to accuse our government with the Portico investment, or the Portico group, about some sort of corruption taking place with a definitive agreement. And a definitive agreement that they well know that they were the ones that wrote that definitive agreement. Their chairman of the United Democratic Party was deeply involved in writing that definitive agreement that was agreed by the committee, and I was told that was even sent to the then Prime Minister, that the then Prime Minister was informed about what was taking place. So they want to turn around and say as if our government did something wrong when we did nothing. Now, from time to time, we have these huge investments in this country, and because of the size of the investment, we tend to give them other incentives that we do not usually give to the lesser in size investments. To avoid all of this, to ensure that everything can be done above board, to avoid these definitive agreements, to avoid passing laws for special investments, our government decided for us to set a minimum amount of the investment that's needed to be able to get other incentives than the rest of the regular investments that they do in Belize. And so we felt that by setting up the bar at over $250 million, which is $500 million Belize, we believe that by making these amendments, then that it will be easier to be able to attract investments or investors, and that the investors do not have to worry that then the opposition will be using that as a football just for their political gain. This will ensure transparency. As you all know, whenever we approve these investments, it is made public so that everybody can see what is taking place. But in the context of amending this Fiscal Incentive Act, Madam Speaker, the new incentives that will be included for investments of over $500 million Belize dollars, or $250 million is one, well, the customs duty exemptions, and then GST exemption for goods and services for the project, construction, and establishment. Because once the construction is finished and the business starts to operate, then they will be removed from that exemption. Thirdly, because of the size of the investment, in many instances, they need to bring certain skilled workers. So all foreign skilled workers or managers of the investment are to be granted 6 months duty exemption for their personal items such as furniture and equipment when they first relocate to Belize. Madam Speaker, this initiative aims to attract several flagship investments to Belize and to also fast-track private sector investments as stated in Plan Belize. Projects such as the Key Chapel Four Seasons are among many other investments, the cruise port that we're still working in trying to have a terminal being built in Belize, are some of the investments. All of these investments that were allowed to languish prior to 2021, now we're seeing that it will be able to be moved forward. This is unlocking hundreds of millions of dollars of foreign direct investment in Belize and leading to hundreds, if not thousands, of construction jobs and ultimately permanent operational staff for Belizeans. Madam Speaker, this bill is good for business, good for investment, and good for Belize, and it has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honourable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentive Act, Act number 4 of 2023, to provide for the exemption on import duty for foreign managers and foreign skilled workers employed by a person with investment US $250 million and above, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honourable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favour kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, this is the National Security Council Bill 2024. I rise to introduce a bill to establish a body to be known as the National Security Council, to provide for the functions, powers, organization, and management of the National Security Council, to establish the National Security Directorate, to provide for the functions of the National Security Directorate, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Again, Madam Speaker, if you will allow me, the National Security Council Bill outlines the functions, the powers, the organization, and management of the National Security Council. It also establishes and provides for the functions of the National Security Directorate to assist the Council in executing its duties. Colleagues will know that since the mid-1990s, we have had what is called a National Security Council, as well as a National Security Directorate. However, neither of these was ever actually formalized. It was just there in practice. This NSC bill will create an institution that will help us to not only address some of the current national security problems, but also to prepare for issues and threats that may arise in the future. In its current configuration, it is an institution designed to address security concerns of the 1990s. It now needs to evolve to meet the wide range of internal and external threats that have evolved since the turn of the century. With the formalization of the National Security Council and the National Security Directorate within the new national security architecture, we will achieve three things. One, enhance interagency information sharing, collaboration, and coordination. Two, have a mechanism to proactively detect internal and external security threats and adopt measures to prevent these from adversely affecting our national security. And three, better allocate scarce resources and ensure that critical areas receive attention and funding both internally and from our international partners. What we are attempting to do is nothing new, it's nothing novel. Countries such as the United States, United Kingdom, and Australia have long found it necessary to legislate bodies like the National Security Council to oversee and coordinate national security efforts. We are a small country, so obviously the scale and range of threats we face are very different from theirs. But we need to better coordinate our national security efforts as much as they do. In Plan Belize, we talked about citizen security, and here at home, we must do all possible to protect our homeland. We on this side, and I'm confident colleagues from the other side, when they attend the next host meeting, I'm sure that are unwavering in our commitment to safeguarding Belize's security. This step, Madam Speaker, is not just about meeting the challenges of today, but about preparing for the uncertainties of tomorrow. It is an investment in our country's safety, stability, and prosperity. And when it comes up for debate, I hope that we can have a constructive debate and produce a bill we can all support. This bill has a recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honourable members, that bill is referred to the National Security and Immigration Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to establish a body known as the National Security Council to provide for the function, powers, organization, and management of the National Security Council, to establish the National Security Directorate, to provide for the function of the National Security Directorate, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Motion relating to the business or the sitting of the House.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move that at its rising today, the House adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the House at its rising today adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favour kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, this is the Inter-American Development Bank Sustainable and Inclusive Urban Development Program, US $10 million loan motion 2024. I move whereas Belize is a member of the Inter-American Development Bank, the bank is eligible for development assistance in the form of loans, grants, and technical assistance from the bank on such terms and conditions as may be agreed between Belize and the bank from time to time. And whereas the government of Belize has approached the bank for financial assistance to execute a sustainable and inclusive urban development program that will contribute to the sustainable urban development of municipalities in northern Belize, including Corozal, Oinjoctong, and San Pedro and Borges Key, herein called the program. And whereas the program will consist of two components whose activities will, one, improve access to selected urban services, two, support local economic growth, and three, facilitate the social and economic integration of vulnerable populations, such as migrant population and women. And whereas the proposed program will be financed through an IDB direct investment loan in the sum of US $10 million and a non-reimbursable investment financing with in effect US $2.5 million financed through IDB's grant facility, and whereas it is intended that the execution of the program shall be carried out on behalf of the government by the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment acting as executing agency. And whereas the bank has offered financing of up to US $10 million from its ordinary capital resources for the said purpose under the following terms and conditions. Lender, the IDB, loan principal, US 10 million, disbursement schedule over a period of 5 years from the date of signature of the loan contract, loan term, 25 years inclusive of 66 months grace period on principal payment repayments, repayment period to be paid in 39 approximately equal semi-annual and consecutive installments of about US $256,410.25. The purpose: to execute a program that through sustainable infrastructure interventions will improve access to urban services such as public spaces, drainage, water supply, and pavement for the citizens of northern Belize. Rate of interest: interest will be charged on the daily outstanding balance of the loan as per SOFR-based interest rate, plus the applicable lending spread of the bank's ordinary capital loans. The credit fee: a credit fee will be charged on the undisbursed loan balance at a percentage to be established by the bank on a periodic basis not exceeding 0.75% per annum. And whereas under the provisions of Section 7.2 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act 2025, the Government of Belize is required to obtain the prior authorization of the National Assembly by way of a resolution for such borrowings. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds will significantly improve the livelihood of the citizens in the targeted communities, including the social and economic integration of migrants, as well as uplifting the tourism potential in the communities, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other disbursements associated therewith. Madam Speaker, this is the second loan motion concerning the Sustainable and Inclusive Urban Development Project. But this one focuses specifically on 3 municipalities: Cruzaltown, Orange Walktown, the town of San Pedro, on Ambergris Key. These are 3 municipalities in the north. In the past administrations, these towns have largely had to fend for themselves with little support from central government. We on this side appreciate the importance of these municipalities and their residents. To support these municipalities, we have developed this project specifically to 1, to improve access to priority urban services, 2, to support local economic growth, and 3, to facilitate the social and economic integration of vulnerable populations such as women, youth, and migrant populations in these 3 municipalities. The main components of this project include institutional strengthening for sustainable development and financing tangible sustainable urban investments such as public spaces and municipal facilities, i.e. like a public markets, accommodation for local vendors, tourism centers, kindergarten, primary health care, and cultural centers, and the provision of essential urban infrastructure, water, sewerage, drainage, efficient public lighting, improvement of existing municipal roads, sidewalks, bike lanes, among others. I'm sure that the residents of these 3 municipalities will agree that these types of municipal facilities are very much needed and welcome. I am therefore most pleased to table this motion for US $10 million loan from the IDB to be accompanied by US $2.5 million in grant funds to be considered by this Honorable House, and I look forward to its unanimous support. This loan motion has the support of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister. Apologies. I proceeded because I did not see anyone stand up to debate this IDB motion. I'm confirming that there is no debate Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment, Civil Aviation and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Should we send somebody over the other side? Julius? Oh, can't cross the, yes, sorry about that. Can't do that. Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to have this motion taken through all its stages this day.
Honorable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, this is the Inter-American Development Bank improving efficiency, quality, and access in Belize's health system, US $14 million loan motion 2014. I have to find a way who could shorten all of this, Madam Speaker. It's very long. I move whereas Belize, as a member of the Inter-American Development Bank, the bank is eligible for development assistance in the form of loans, grants, and technical assistance from the bank on such terms and conditions as may be agreed between Belize and the bank from time to time. And whereas the government of Belize has approached the bank for financial assistance to execute a program whose objective will be to improving efficiency, quality, and access to Belize's health system, thereafter called the program. And whereas the program will consist of two components whose activities will, one, improve the efficiency and quality of healthcare delivery, and two, improve access to key healthcare services throughout the country by enhancing access to outpatient, inpatient, and long-term care. And whereas the proposed program will be financed through an IDB direct investment loan in the sum of US $7 million from the bank's ordinary capital resources, a direct investment loan in the sum of US $7 million from the resources of the Korean Infrastructure Development Co-Financing Facility for Latin America and the Caribbean, KIF, and a non-reimbursable investment financing for US $3,360,000 financed through the IDB's grant facility. And whereas it is intended that the execution of the program shall be carried out on behalf of the government by the Ministry of Health and Wellness acting as executing agency. And whereas the bank has offered a total financing of up to US $14 million to execute a program that will improve the efficiency, quality, and access to healthcare services across the country under the following terms and conditions. Loan principal amount, the funds from the OCR of the Inter-American Development Bank. The principal amount is US $7 million, disbursement schedule over a period of 5 years from the date of signature of loan contract. Loan terms, 25 years, inclusive of 66 months grace period on principal payments. Repayment period, 39 approximately equal semi-annual and consecutive installments of about US $179,487.18. Rate of interest. Interest will be charged on the daily outstanding balance of the loan as per the SOFR based interest rate, plus the applicable lending spread for the bank's ordinary capital loan. Credit fee. A credit fee will be charged on the undisbursed loan balance at a percentage to be established by the bank on a periodic basis, not exceeding 0.75% per annum. B. The funds from the Korean Development Co-Financing Facility for Latin America and the Caribbean Bank through IDB. The principal loan is $7 million US. The disbursement schedule over a period of 5 years on the date of signature of the loan contract. The loan terms, 25 years, inclusive of 84 months grace period on principal repayments. Repayment period, 36 approximately equal semi-annual and consecutive installments of about US $194,444.44. For the one by Bolido, 44. And interest rate, interest will be charged at a rate of 1.3%. Other charges, a facility loan charge will be charged on 0.1% of the loan amount. And whereas under the provision of Section 272 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act 2005, the government of Belize is required to obtain the prior authorization of the National Assembly by way of a resolution for such borrowings. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds will significantly improve the health of the population in Belize, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. As I said, Madam Speaker, earlier you may recall, sorry, earlier this year, the World Bank completed and presented to the public its first ever public expenditure review on Belize. For many years, the World Bank has diligently pursued conducting this review, but prior administrations have declined to disclose its financial records for review. This PUP government is unwavering in our commitment to transparency and accountability in public finance. We're also committed to maximizing the value of every tax dollar. That is why we willingly agreed to allow the World Bank to conduct a public expenditure review. Reflecting this administration's policy consideration, the World Bank, at our request, gave particular attention to education, health, and climate change expenditures. The comprehensive review conducted by the World Bank Group shed light on critical areas warranting attention and improvement in Belize's fiscal landscape. Likewise, the review provided useful recommendations that serve fundamental policy objectives. Among other things, in the health sector, the report rightly identified that during the period of review ending 2020, while Belize spent more per capita relative to other countries in the region, increased public investment unfortunately corresponded with diminished performance yield, subpar results. But they spend more money, but they get less in return. Mind you, that happened under the previous administration. Maybe that's why they didn't want the World Bank to do the review, because they knew what was the review would have said. Furthermore, the top 3 cases of death in Belize were related to non-communicable diseases such as heart disease, diabetes, and stroke. There's also an acute shortage of healthcare workers, especially in the rural areas. In light of these findings, my administration has taken the policy position not to spend less, but rather to invest more. That is to say, invest more smartly to achieve improved efficiency in spending and far better value for money while improving health outcomes. I'm therefore pleased to table this loan motion for the approval by this Honorable House for the conclusion of a US $7 million loan from the Inter-American Development Bank, the IDB, to improve efficiency, quality, and access in Belize's health system. And this also includes another highly concessionary financing of 14 million Belize dollars, or US $7 million, at the interest rate of 1.3% per annum through funding provided under the Korean Infrastructure Development Co-Financing Facility, KIF. Madam Speaker, I must pause to point out that on the previous government, Belize did not have access to the Korean infrastructure development co-financing. It is through the efforts of the Foreign Ministry and my office that we went to Korea on 2 occasions to be able to talk to the government. And on the last visit that we did, I had a personal meeting with the president, and I spoke to him about Belize and the beauty of Belize, and we started the meeting by saying, she said, Mr. Prime Minister, you have a beautiful country. And I said, I agree with you, Mr. President. I said, but we are a small developing country and we have many challenges and we need help. And we are grateful to the Korean government, to the president and to the people for the help that they have been giving worldwide. And he immediately, Madam Speaker, gave instructions that Belize must also have access to this financing. So today we are getting our first loan of US $7 million at 1.3%. This is the cheapest money available out there, Madam Speaker. Now, the total value you need to look at of this project is 34.72 million Belize dollars. Madam Speaker, you include 2 loans of 7 and 7 million US, which is $28 million Belize. But we also have some grant financing, as we said, free money, to the amount of $6.72 million, Madam Speaker, which would then give us a total of the $34.72 million. This project, as I mentioned earlier, will be implemented by the Ministry of Health and Wellness over 5 years, and the overall objective is to improve the health of Belizeans and residents through increased efficiency and quality of health care and better access to key health services. I mean, just this morning we heard the sad news that Jenny died from a heart attack. It just brings home the urgency in us to be able to address these issues of diabetes, heart attacks, and strokes in our country. Now, some of the primary components of this project loan, they include: 1, developing a quality and efficient improvement strategy with a focus on non-communicable diseases, reproductive, maternal, neonatal, and child health, accident and emergency services, and surgeries. 2, implementing a patient satisfaction assessment mechanism to contribute to improving care quality. 3, financing scholarships to train additional doctors and nurses. 4, training health workers, managers, and senior managers in the Ministry of Health and Wellness. 5, improving the Belizean health information system by adding new functionalities with improved data quality. 6, revising and updating the healthcare delivery model. 7, strengthening the community health workers' performance in rural areas through training and providing equipment. 8, piloting a comprehensive mobile clinic for primary healthcare services in rural areas. 9, piloting a telehealth program for patients with mental health conditions. And 10, financing infrastructure improvements and equipping the 4 health facilities, namely the Northern Regional Hospital, the Southern Regional Hospital, Matron Roberts Polyclinic, and Palm Center. Madam Speaker, this loan motion has the recommendation of the Cabinet, and I look forward for a unanimous support in the House.
I recognize the member for Orange Walk East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to support this very important and critical loan motion, which, as you see, as the Prime Minister have highlighted, is aimed at transforming Belize's health system. But, Madam Speaker, this motion is not just merely about financial figures. It's about the health and well-being of our people. It is about ensuring that every Belizean, regardless of their location or circumstances, has access to the best possible health care. The Prime Minister, in his presentation, pointed out some of the components that this loan will have. And one of them is the digital health, Madam Speaker. As you know, the cornerstone of our government's initiative, under the leadership of our Prime Minister, is the digital transformation of this country. And digital health is one of that initiative for the ministry. The future of healthcare, Madam Speaker, lies in the integration of digital technologies. And under this component, we aim to strengthen the Belize health information system, to develop a more comprehensive framework for telemedicine, starting with the pilot program focused on mental health services. This will enable us, Madam Speaker, to provide essential mental health support to those in remote and underserved areas, breaking down the geographical barriers that have long hindered to access. In addition, Madam Speaker, we will fortify the digital infrastructure in the northern region, the southern region, and the Palm View Center. And by doing this, we will ensure that our healthcare facilities are equipped with advanced technology capable of delivering high-quality care efficiently and effectively. The other area, Madam Speaker, is the area of the quality and efficiency improvement strategy. And as highlighted by the Prime Minister, the human resource capabilities. When we look at the quality and efficiency improvement strategy, our focus is on strengthening the quality framework for NCDs, which includes the refining the health protocols for NCDs, emergency rooms, surgical services, and primary health care. This will also ensure, Madam Speaker, that every patient receive consistent, high-quality care regardless of where they are treated. But equally important is the issue of our human resources. We recognize that a well-trained healthcare workforce is the backbone of any robust health system. We will be sending a cohort of psychiatric nurse practitioners to pursue master's level training at the University of the West Indies. Additionally, we will provide advanced training in nursing administration and specialists in neonatology, gynecology, and pediatrics. These initiatives, Madam Speaker, will enhance the skills of our healthcare workforce, ensuring that they are equipped to address a wide range of health issues with expertise and confidence. As I've mentioned, another critical component, Madam Speaker, is mental health. It continues to be a critical area of focus. And so we plan to expand the Palm View Center by adding 20 more rooms, making it climate resilient and improving the ventilation of the center. This expansion will provide much needed space and a safer, more comfortable environment for our mental health patients and healthcare professionals as well working at the facility. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, we will enhance the climate resiliency at the Northern Regional Hospital, Southern Regional Hospital, and the Matron Roberts Polyclinic. Currently, we are doing the assessments which will guide the infrastructure upgrades, building on the progress that was already made under the EU project, and ensuring that our facilities are prepared to withstand the challenges posed by climate change and future health emergencies. Another exciting component that this is also introducing, Madam Speaker, is the piloting of the extended integrated mobile service. These mobile units will be equipped with a mini lab, a pharmacist, a nurse, a doctor, and a health educator. They will be providing comprehensive healthcare services, including laboratory tests and diagnostic services, such as mobile ultrasound. These initiatives, Madam Speaker, will bring essential healthcare service delivery directly to the communities particularly those in hard-to-reach areas, ensuring that no Belizean is left behind. As the Prime Minister also pointed out, this loan also includes a grant component that addresses the health needs of our migrant population. It is essential to understand that migrants can both impact and benefit our healthcare system. By focusing on this issue, Madam Speaker, we aim to boost our surveillance systems, ensuring that we can protect the health of our entire population. This initiative will enhance our ability to monitor, prevent, and respond to the health threats, ultimately safeguarding the public health for all of our Belizean people. So, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, we want to wholeheartedly support this motion because we are making a profound investment in the health and wellness of our people. I thank you very much.
Honourable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of the Honourable House to have this motion taken through our stages this day. And also, Madam Speaker, just very quickly before I forget, the DPM in the next House meeting will give a more comprehensive report on the meetings we had with the diaspora, in particular the land clinic and the immigration clinic. They were a massive success. We helped hundreds of Belizeans in the diaspora. So I want to put on record our appreciation for the work that both the people at the Natural Resources, at Lands, and Immigration did while they were there, because it was no holiday. They were working all day till late at night. So, but the next House meeting, the DPM will give a more comprehensive report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favour, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Minister of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries.
Good morning and thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, kindly allow me the opportunity to join the Prime Minister in extending a warm welcome to our Special Envoy, Mrs. Briceño, along with other guests in the gallery here today, all of whom I'm sure eagerly awaiting the passage of the historic Disabilities Bill today. I also want to extend my heartfelt condolences to the family of Miss Jenny Lovell, a true icon and legend in Belize, and she will surely be missed by all of us. Madam Speaker, this is a resolution extending the proclamation declaring a state of public emergency in certain parts of Belize City and certain parts of the Cayo District Motion 2024. Madam Speaker, I move whereas Section 18(2) of the Belize Constitution provides that the Governor General may, by proclamation which shall be published in the Gazette, declare that a state of public emergency exists for the purposes of Part 2 of the Constitution. And whereas Section 18(4) of the Belize Constitution provides that a proclamation made under Section 18(2) may be made so as to apply only to such parts of Belize as may be specified in the proclamation. And whereas in exercise of the powers vested in the Governor General by the above mentioned provisions of the Belize Constitution, the Governor General declared and proclaimed that effective 24 June 2024, a public emergency exists in certain parts of Belize City and certain parts of the Cayo District, as specified in Schedules 1 and 2 of the proclamation, declaring a state of emergency in certain parts of Belize City and certain parts of the Cayo District. And whereas Section 18(5) of the Belize Constitution provides that a proclamation made by the Governor General for the purposes of and in accordance with Section 18 of the Constitution shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for a period not exceeding 1 month, but may be extended from time to time by a resolution passed by the National Assembly for further periods not exceeding, in respect of each such extension, a period of 12 months, and may be revoked at any time by a resolution of the National Assembly. And whereas it is necessary and expedient that the said proclamation should be extended for a further period of 2 months. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House extends the proclamation declaring a state of emergency in certain parts of Belize City and certain parts of the Cayo District made by the Governor General on the 24th of June 2024 for a period of 2 months. This motion, Madam Speaker, has the recommendation of the Cabinet. And by way of explanation, Madam Speaker, we have arrived at a point where decisions, swift and certain, must be made to ensure that our Belize remains on track to be the best country in which to grow up and raise a family. We cannot do that in a country where a few feel that they have the power and impetus to wreak havoc on our streets, planting seeds of fear in the minds and hearts of hard-working and law-abiding citizens of our country. Belize is certainly not a state where lawlessness, more especially that which leads to the senseless loss of life, reigns supreme. We are even more certain that we will not allow any corner of our country to fall into a state of normalized lawlessness. Opening fire on a mother and child exiting their vehicle, or the elderly men riding on bicycles, is not normal. Blazing bullets in the dead of night at a police station is not normal. And most certainly, shooting a barrage of bullets into the home of a senior public servant, the Commissioner of Police, no less, is not the Belizean way. These wayward activities will not be countenanced, will not be tolerated, and will not be condoned. Madam Speaker, we at the Ministry of Home Affairs have quickly sprung into action with the assembly of a coordinated task force that pulls together the resources and expertise of major crimes, the Criminal Investigative Branch, Special Branch, and the Gang Intelligence Investigation and Interdiction Units to look with fresh eyes into the recent tyranny of gang and gun violence. And Madam Speaker, it is important to highlight that even before the activation of this specialized investigative team, swift and efficient police work has led to the arrests for the murders of Elwin Bobo Lewis, Dion Bowden, Griffith Cadle, and also one of two suspects in the murder of Stanley Moore. He has been arrested and charged as well. And Madam Speaker, as we have seen from the verdicts coming out of the High Court as of recent, the investigative capacity of our officers, a strengthened forensics department, and a vastly improved prosecution branch has resulted in more and more convictions for capital offenses, including the most recent convictions for Jorge Galindo in the murder of Nelson Flores, Earl Baptist for the murder of Leslie Gillett and Jerome Crawford, utilizing DNA evidence for the murder of Owen Tucker. This is, of course, action that only advances what we were already doing in the ministry, investing in cutting-edge DNA equipment, enhancing our technologies related to arms seizing and identification, upskilling the technical capacity of law enforcement personnel, leveraging legal instruments, and dedicating ourselves to cross-ministry collaborations that ultimately keep Belizeans safe. And speaking of arms seizing, Madam Speaker, we have also seen in the early stages of the SOE significant success in removing from our streets high-powered weapons and other firearms, including 2 .40 caliber prohibited weapons, 1 .45 caliber weapon, which was used to target the Commissioner's home, 7 9mm pistols, 2 .38 revolvers, 1 .22 pistol, and 1 .22 rifle, along with 210 rounds of illegal ammunition. Madam Speaker, needless to say that while the confiscation of these 13 illegal and deadly weapons will no doubt save countless lives, we recognize that there are many others still out there, and the police intends to continue their full court operation press to locate and extract these deadly arms from our communities. Madam Speaker, we also recognize that crime and violence in this region is a multifaceted issue, one that CARICOM heads of government, including Belize, has named a public health crisis. The burden of crime is one thing that the government must bear, and that of crime control is another. We have pivoted and broadened our view that the crime rate doesn't account for the qualitative losses to our society, the peace of mind to traverse our neighborhoods, the joy that comes with seeing our children enjoy summertime in the parks, the absence of fear of victimization. This is why we continue to invest heavily in deterrence to increase the collective efficacy of our anti-crime strategies. While we stabilize the security of our streets with the tool of a state of emergency, we must also recognize the positive long-term feedback that comes with making sure no one is left on the margins. We must recognize the vulnerabilities faced by some of our communities that create optimum ecology for gang culture and crime to thrive. This is why programs like those of the Leadership Intervention Unit, which provide economic, educational, and social opportunities to its participants, remains important. This is why our Plan Belize makes social inclusion paramount, as exhibited through our continued rollout of national health insurance, continued commitment to free secondary education, and increasing in the mandatory age to attend school, and increase minimum wage, and ongoing land clinics that put Belizean lands into Belizean hands, providing opportunities for upward social mobility for Belizeans in every nook and cranny of our beautiful country. Madam Speaker, we know that a state of emergency is not a permanent solution. We also know that it is not the only solution. We are a government that securitizes with socially conscious eyes. We synergize to ensure that all facets of our criminal justice operations contribute to a Belize that briskly marches us toward that co-created vision where Belize is the best place in which to grow and raise a family. Madam Speaker, this motion has the support of Cabinet. Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I want to associate myself with the remarks of the Honorable Member from Caribbean Shores. And our government, we as a government, we've been saying it over and over, that we will not allow a small group of people to terrorize our law-abiding citizens. We have been doing everything possible to assist everyone. We've been working on growing the economy. That presently, Madam Speaker, there is an unemployment rate of 3%, never seen in the history of Belize. I make that point because if these young men want to work, there is work for them. We have been doing working with small businesses, with MSMEs, creating opportunities. Again, not even them, that many of them will say, oh, only the big guys have access. We have changed that. So if they want to get a taxi, they could come in and register themselves as an MSME, get a taxi to run, or whatever it is. What is important is that we have to ensure that we protect the little ones. Because whenever I speak to my colleagues, especially those that in the south side where we have the most pronounced areas of gang activities, they are telling us we have to ensure that these little kids stay in school. So, and to make sure that they could go to high school. The Minister of Education and his team, they've been working diligently to ensure that we can save these kids and ensure they go to school. We're even giving them their tuition, their fees, even uniforms when it is necessary. This small group of people, they're pushing this country. They're pushing us. They're pushing the citizenry in them, Belizeans all over. Everybody has seen what has happened in El Salvador. That's not the road we want to go. That's not the road we want to go. We want to create opportunities for them. But citizens are clamoring that this government, that we have to take action. What we are doing is not going to solve the problem. It is short term, but it will allow us, hopefully, that tempers can calm down, emotions can calm down, and at the same time that the police can be able to do the necessary investigation that they need to do. I must commend Minister Musa, or the Honorable Member from Caribbean Shores, that without much fanfare, he has quietly been rebuilding the police department, ensuring that we could get the right people in the right place. This is the minister that has dismissed the most police on record in history. Because whenever he pointed out to us, whenever they see there is a cop that is not doing their work the way they do, they dismiss them. And he has been ensuring that we can use technology to be able to better protect our citizens, from cameras and now to the DNA testing. All of this will allow us to be able to make our citizens safer. In Plan Belize, we said that citizen security is going to be a priority. That was not just words, it's something that we mean, and we're showing the action on that, Madam Speaker. It's unfortunate that the opposition, they're not here today, because we'd have really looked for them to be able to support us in this endeavor. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. No. Honourable members, that motion is referred to the National Security and Immigration Committee for examination, consideration and report. I recognize the Minister of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries.
Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of the Honourable House to have this motion taken through all its stages this day.
Honourable members, the question is now that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favour, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Before we go to announcement, I'll ask the clerk for us to dispense with Standing Order 12.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed.
All members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honourable members, it has been agreed that the following bill and motions be passed this day. Fiscal Incentives Amendment Bill 2024. Inter-American Development Bank Sustainable and Inclusive Urban Development Program US 10 million Loan Motion 2024. Inter-American Development Bank Improving Efficiency, Quality and Access in Belize's Health System US 14 million Loan Motion 2024, and resolution extending the proclamation declaring a state of public emergency in certain parts of Belize City and certain parts of the Cayo District Motion 2024. As you are aware, under Standing Order number 74, all proposed legislation, messages, petitions, motions, and other matters relating to the subject mentioned under the title of each standing committee shall be referred by the House to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. For this to be done, other than by suspension of standing orders, is for me to suspend today's sitting to enable the Finance and Economic Development Committee and the National Security and Immigration Committee to examine, consider, and report to the House on the bill and motions. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until the Finance and Economic Development Committee and the National Security and Immigration Committee have concluded their business.
Presentation of reports from committees.
I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table reports number HR 256/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Fiscal Incentives Amendment Bill 2024, number HR 257/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Inter-American Development Bank Sustainable and Inclusive Urban Development Program of US $10 million loan motion 2024. Number HR 258/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Inter-American Development Bank, improving efficiency, quality, and access in Belize's health system, US $14 million loan motion 2024. Thank you.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the National Security and Immigration Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table report number HR 259/1/13, report from the National Security and Immigration Committee on the resolution extending the proclamation declaring a state of public emergency in certain parts of Belize City and certain parts of the Cayo District, motion 2024.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and with your permission not to repeat the recitals, I now move, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds will significantly improve the livelihood of the citizens in the targeted communities, including the social and economic integration of migrants, as well as upliftment the tourism potential in the communities, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith.
Honorable members, the question is now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly improve the livelihood of the citizens in the targeted communities, including the social and economic integration of migrants, as well as uplift the tourism potential in the communities, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, with your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly improve the health of the population in Belize, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank and the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith.
Honourable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this Honourable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly improve the health of the population in Belize, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with your permission not to repeat these recitals, I move now therefore be it resolved that this Honourable House extends the proclamation declaring a state of emergency in certain parts of Belize City and certain parts of the Cayo District made by the Governor General on the 24th of June 2024 for a further period of 2 months.
Honourable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this Honourable House extends the proclamation declaring a state of emergency in certain parts of Belize City and certain parts of the Cayo District made by the Governor General on 24th June 2024 for a period of 2 months. All those in favour kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, this is the Fiscal Incentives Amendment Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentive Act, Act number 4 of 2023, to provide for exemptions on import duty for foreign managers and foreign skilled workers employed by a person with investment of $250 million and above, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, I just gave a long explanation of what this bill is all about. Thanks.
Prime Minister, move.
I move, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentives Act, Act number 4 of 2023, to provide for exemption on import duty for foreign managers and foreign skilled workers employed by a person with investment of $250 million and above, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favour kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentive Act, Act number 4 of 2023, to provide for exemption on import duties for foreign managers and foreign skilled workers employed by a person with investment of $250 million and above, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, this is the Insurance Amendment Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act, Act number 30 of 2023, to provide for realignment of terminology and internal cross-references, and to amend the provisions for the disclosure of beneficial owners, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, when I introduced this bill again, I went through a long explanation of what this bill is all about. And if somebody on this side would have any questions, I can go through it at the end of this debate. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act, Act number 30 of 2023, to provide for realignment of terminology and internal cross-references, and to amend the provisions for the disclosure of beneficial owners, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favour, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act, Chapter 30, Act 30 of 2023, to provide for the realignment of terminology and internal cross-references, and to amend the provisions for the disclosure of beneficial owners, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Minister of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, and to one and all. Madam Speaker, I rise to move the second reading of the Disabilities Bill, a bill for an act to promote, protect, and ensure the full and equal enjoyment of privileges, interests, rights, benefits, and treatment by persons with disabilities on an equal basis with persons without disabilities, to establish the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities, to establish the Disabilities and Equal Opportunities Tribunal, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, I crave your indulgence before acknowledging special and important persons, and before getting into the contents of the bill, I crave your indulgence to add my voice of sympathy and condolence to the family of our beloved Jenny Lovell. Jenny was our first director of the Community Rehabilitation Department back in 1999, and she served with distinction in that role. And she also was currently our senior trainer for our Community and Parent Empowerment COMPAR program under the Department of Human Services. Madam Speaker, she will be greatly, greatly missed, and I add my voice of condolence to all her family and friends. Madam Speaker, I also take this opportunity, and I wish to thank everyone for their patience this morning and into this afternoon. I want to make a special mention of our Special Envoy for the Development of Families and Children, Mrs. Rosanna Briceño, Her Excellency, who is with us this afternoon. On the last occasion, Madam Speaker, we acknowledged the ancestors, the advocates who went before, and those retired. But I wish this afternoon to place on record before this honorable House a few little facts about our Special Envoy. She started her career at Stella Maris Government School in Belize City, teaching special needs students at the elementary level. From there, she went on to St. Peter's Anglican for 33 years, 13 as principal, where she oversaw the administration of fully functional special needs center at the primary level. I want to read into the record, Madam Speaker, that Special Envoy holds a bachelor's degree in special education. She also holds a certificate in diagnostics assessment and curriculum development, and her master's in educational leadership from the University of North Florida. Madam Speaker, I want to mention, and the Latin word Stella Maris, of course, stands for Our Lady, Star of the Sea. Stella Maris School was founded in 1958 with Sister Serapia and the Palatine Sisters during trying conditions for persons with disabilities. And therefore, The patronage of Our Lady Star of the Sea was sought in founding this special institution. And I really want to acknowledge and commend Mrs. Briceño this afternoon for her stellar work over all of these years for persons with special needs and in special education. Allow me also, Madam Speaker, to mention a few more names. Mrs. Rosamond Williams, 47 years of service connected with Stella Maris and special needs students. Marjorie Bernard, 40 years. This is no small accomplishment for all of our ladies, Madam Speaker. Also, Dativa Martinez, Myrna Elliott, Merlene Neal, Eleanor Castillo, Teresita Bradley, Sharon August, and Dana Stain. And they're all connected with Stella Maris. Madam Speaker, I will try to be brief because we did give some information at the first reading of this bill, and I do sit here humbly this afternoon to continue to urge that we pass this disabilities bill today. It will establish the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities, and it will have, in addition to government representation, it will have representatives from the Belize Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Social Security Board, the National Trade Union Congress, civil society organizations, and also the ex officio member of the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities, and our CEO of Human Development will chair the commission. We also want to mention at this second reading, Madam Speaker, that the functions of the commission will be various. And please allow me once more to read it into the record. It will oversee the implementation of the policy to give special attention to persons with disabilities. It will make recommendations to the government. It will coordinate and monitor the implementation of the said policy. It will monitor our compliance with the United Nations Convention and do monitoring and evaluation on the impact of our policy. It will recommend changes to existing laws, support the development of relevant programs, collect and record important data, promote and foster capacity development, promote and coordinate the employment of persons living with disabilities, produce annual reports, address grievances, and maintain, importantly, maintain a register of persons living with disabilities. There will be a registrar. There will also be the provision of appeals to the commission by a person who may be aggrieved. There will be the attention to protection from discrimination. And there will also be attention to protection from exploitation, violence, and abuse. We intend, Madam Speaker, through this multi-sectoral approach to provide lifelong protection and social support for persons living with disabilities. It occurred to me, Madam Speaker, and allow me one more pause to acknowledge Ms. Karen Kane, the newly retired head of the Youth Enhancement Services. Ms. Karen is now a double amputee, but she has not given up her commitment to working for the girls and the families of this country. Although a new director has taken over at the Youth Enhancement Service, we honored Karen Kane yesterday for her many, many years of dedication and service, and we welcome her continued input and inspiration to the girls and women of this country. I'd also like to mention I would also like to mention, Madam Speaker, that there will be access through this multi-sectoral approach to education and training, and the focus again on the right to education and training for all persons living with disability. Access of examination for persons with disability, and the ministry will make the necessary adjustments in terms of employment, health care, and also very importantly, accessibility. And it reads thus, Section 34, access to public buildings, public transport, and premises. Persons with disabilities shall have reasonable access, both indoor or outdoor, where any public service or transportation service is offered. Existing public premises shall be altered to facilitate accessibility within 12 months of the commencement of this law, and persons with disabilities are not to be charged any higher sum to access public transportation. Failure to comply will be made an offense. Now, Madam Speaker, I would like to mention that clearly accessibility to buildings would not include your Panades or Garnaches shop, but it would include public buildings, whether government or private, so that we make the reasonable adjustments. Now, we're not telling everybody that if within a year you don't put in a ramp, we're going to send you to jail. But reasonable is the operative word here. So large companies, large buildings, if the access is not on the ground floor, then we must make the reasonable attempt to make our public spaces, especially the larger spaces, accessible to persons with disability. And I wanted to, in particular, to mention that because we must signal our seriousness. The law provides for complaints to the Commission, alternative dispute resolution, and the guiding principles as set out in the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities shall be the guiding principles in the making of any decision affecting persons with disabilities. A member of the Commission, the Tribunal, the Registrar, or any person acting under authority must maintain information obtained by virtue of the roles and responsibilities that they hold. They must hold this information in confidence and with professionalism. And finally, no action, suit, prosecution, or proceeding shall be brought against the government, the minister, the commission, tribunal, registrar, or any member of the commission acting on behalf of those named in respect of any act, neglect, or default or omission by a person or body in such capacity acting in good faith. Madam Speaker, let me wrap up by again acknowledging our special envoy who has been patient and has been here since before 10 this morning, everyone who has attended for this important legislation, and to say, Madam Speaker, that clearly this bill is not a magic bullet. However, so not every single problem will be solved overnight, but we as a country are making it crystal clear that we must focus on our persons with any kind of disability, mental, physical, emotional, in whatever form. We must give that focus, and we must commit ourselves to inclusion and equality. With that, that is my contribution at this point to the debate, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank you very much, and especially all those in the gallery.
I recognize the member for Freetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to place on record my full support for this very, very important historic bill. I want to commend the Minister of Human Development, the entire team at the Ministry of Human Development for their tireless work on this very, very important issue and for advancing this bill through consultations, through cabinet, and now here at the National Assembly. I want to, of course, place on record as well my own gratitude to all those who for many, many, many years, many decades have toiled on this issue. Many of them have gone before us. I think the Honorable Minister, when she first introduced the bill, mentioned many of them. But many people who were deeply committed to us having a Disabilities Act. I want to commend those people. And I want to, of course, join with the Honorable Member for Belize Rural Central in recognizing and acknowledging the tremendous advocacy and work of the Special Envoy, Mrs. Briceño. I have had the privilege and honor of working with her, so I know how passionately she feels about this issue, and she's been a very strong and effective advocate quietly for many, many years. Now she's, of course, in a more leadership, more visible role, but she's been doing a lot of good work for many, many, many decades. So I want to acknowledge her. I've learned a lot about this issue from her and observing her. So I thank her. And I want to acknowledge as well my friend up there, Marshall Nunes, the great Marshall Nunes, who now is the head of the Disabilities desk. Marshall as well has been a champion and advocate for people with disabilities for many, many years. He's an inspiration, despite his own disability, being visually impaired. He has not missed a step. He has kept moving forward, kept working, maintained a very positive outlook on life, and he's been an inspiration to so many other people. So I'm very, very proud that he's a part of our team, and he gets to work on the front line of this important issue. So thank you, Marshall, for your work and your advocacy. And I want to thank all the other people who are here, people from the Special Education Unit of the Ministry of Education, who I know are deeply, deeply committed to this issue. Right. The athletes with medals, yeah. Thank you, Minister. We need to acknowledge them as well and thank them for their work. As the Honorable Minister said, this bill is very, very important. And it's a very, very progressive bill. We talk about protection from discrimination, protection from exploitation, from abuse, from violence. These are basic, fundamental rights. Sometimes we take them for granted. But I don't think, unless you engage with people in the disability community, unless you have a family member who is disabled, or someone, you have a friend who is disabled, I think we don't fully appreciate all the challenges that people in that community face in terms of discrimination, abuse, violence, exploitation. So it's very, very important now that we have this piece of legislation which will seek to protect them in meaningful ways. Minister mentioned as well access to education and training. Again, these are basic fundamental rights. We have to ensure that our people with disabilities have access to quality education, the opportunities for training. Very, very important. Employment. We have to make sure, sometimes we send them, we equip them with school, we equip them with skills, we make sure that they go to school, they even get into high school, but then they come out of high school and, there are no opportunities for them to work, to find meaningful employment. So again, this is something that's an important and integral component of this bill. Health care, something again we may take for granted. They have to have access to health care. Very, very important. Equal access to health care. And then as the minister mentioned, the basic, things we take for granted coming up here today. I'm sure Ms. Kane had difficulty coming up here today. Basic things, access to public buildings. Another big one is access to public transportation. It's very, very challenging. Very, very challenging for so many people with disabilities. They need to rely and depend on other people to help them. And unfortunately, that's not always available. So these are very, very important issues that we need to address. And I'm very, very happy that this bill that we're passing today, the Disabilities Bill, captures all of this that I'm talking about, seeks to address all of this, puts in place the legal framework to underpin this commitment to ensuring equality and equity for these individuals in our society with disabilities. Of course, it's a law. It's just a law. So we have to continue to be vigilant. We have to continue to work, because it's just like any other piece of legislation. It's just law. We have to implement it. We have to make sure that that it is carried out, that the legal obligations that are in here are in fact enforced, so that there can be a meaningful positive change in the lives of these individuals. And in wrapping up, Madam Speaker, I want to mention a few individuals. I grew up, my father was visually impaired, certainly for the last 30 years of his life. But again, like Marshall, he was a man who didn't miss a beat. He carried on, very inspiring. And he reached out to a lot of young people to try to help them with their disabilities, especially those who are like him, visually impaired. So he taught himself how to read Braille, and he taught other young people to read Braille. So frequent visitors in my home were people like Donovan Renault, who I think still has a show on Love FM. I think he have the midnight shift. Donovan, Renault. These were frequent. I remember Donovan coming to my home at the age of, I think he was 13, when a horse kicked out his eyes. He was in the back of a trailer and a horse kicked him in his head and he lost both of his eyes. Imagine that happening at 13. And he came there trembling to my house. So I've maintained a relationship with, I was about maybe the same age. We maintained a relationship ever since. I remember Hector Hoare, Mr. Hector Hoare, who has gone ahead of us, frequent visitor to my home as well. Teresita Mo. Teresita lives in Benke. Still there in Benke, Teresita Mo. All of them were there. Charlie Chiak, I don't know where I lost track of Charlie. I don't know where Charlie is, but where is he? Hattiville? Okay, very good to know. So this bill is for all these people. This bill is for all of these people. And at the end of the day, what we want is to ensure that every person in this country with a disability, whatever that disability is, that they have an opportunity to lead a full, productive, happy life in our society. They should not be denied any opportunity because they are a disabled person. And this bill, I am very, very happy to support, because this bill provides the framework for us as a society to seek to ensure that these people with disabilities are treated fairly, with compassion, with dignity. So I'm very, very proud, Madam Speaker, to join in supporting this bill. I thank you very much.
Minister?
Madam Speaker, I ask that the question be put. Is that the correct thing? Yes. Or Prime Minister?
I'll be very short, Madam Speaker. And certainly I want to put on record my support for Disabilities Bill. It is a bill whose time has come. And for too long, and we have seen many families would hide their children that have disabilities. And in some instances, it's very, very sad. I remember a case in Orange Walk, twins, two beautiful little girls, and they just hide them at home because they were both blind and had many other problems. And again, thanks to Rosanna, I've had a first-hand appreciation of the challenges that families have with children with disabilities. And Madam Speaker, this is a bill that affects everyone. And know that the Honourable Member from Freetown has mentioned his father. It reminds me of my father too, who also got a stroke. And for the last 11 years of his life, he had to have 24/7 care and attention because of the stroke. There's not much he could have done for himself. But I have to give him credit because he never liked to stay home. So I had two big men. He was a big man, but I have to have two big men walking, holding him, bringing down the steps. And he goes around with his wheelchair going all over the country. But there are few people that have that support from the family. It's very costly. But now that we have this disabilities bill, and I must commend the Honourable Member from Belize Rural Central, who has been her passion from way back as 1998 when she was the then minister in the first Musa administration. And now here she comes now for the second time having responsibility for this ministry, and now making sure now that this comes to fruition, that this bill will soon come into law. I ask everyone, I ask people in sports, people in education, in business, for us to be able to be aware of this law that we're passing, and to reach out and to support all our Belizeans that have these challenges with their disabilities. Madam Speaker, I proudly support this bill.
I recognize the member for Toledo West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also want to rise in full support of the bill that was presented by the Honorable Minister. Madam Speaker, as a former educator and somebody who spent a lot of time, working with students and persons who were in one way or the other affected by certain disabilities, I want to say that today is a very progressive day, and it is a day that is going to go down in history as this government, took the bold step to ensure that we put in place the necessary legislation to protect all persons, who have some form of disability, and essentially saying and, making it known that under the Constitution, all persons, all Belizeans, whether you have a disability or not, we're all equal before the Constitution. So this is a great day, Madam Speaker. And I too want to join in congratulating certainly the Ministry of Human Development and everybody else who has worked very hard to ensure that today we can have this bill being presented in the House. I also want to thank and recognize all the advocates, all the NGOs, civil society, and everyone else who worked very hard, to support this entire process. Essentially, Madam Speaker, what we are seeing today is that the bill clearly outlines government's responsibility to ensure that each and every Belizean, who has a disability is equally protected under the Constitution, and that there is an obligation of the state to ensure that those elements of protection and support are put in place. So I believe that that is very important and historic. I also too want to associate myself with the statement made by the Minister of Education and the member for Freetown, because as I sat here and I heard Minister making her presentation, I too remembered Hector Hoare. He was a classmate of mine. We went to Teachers College together, and I vividly remember him that he being visually impaired did not prevent him from fully ensuring that he pursued an education, and that he contributed to the education and well-being of many other students and persons who had disabilities. And I too want to join in the many other persons, in recognizing, the many other persons who, have gone ahead of us, who have championed the cause of, disabilities in our Belizean society. So I also too want to join in recognizing, Her Excellency, Ms. Rosana Briceño, Marshall, and everybody else who is in the gallery here today, supporting this very important piece of legislation. So, Madam Speaker, it is a historic day. I congratulate the Minister. I congratulate our government for being very progressive and supporting and ensuring that all Belizeans are equal before the Constitution. God bless Belize, and together we continue to build a better Belize.
I recognize the Minister.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much, everyone. Before moving the second reading, Madam Speaker, I would just like to acknowledge that the valedictorian at Wesley College, Alyssa Fisher, who is visually impaired, is here today. May I then, with your permission, Madam Speaker, move the second reading?
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to promote, protect, and ensure the full and equal enjoyment of privileges, interests, rights, benefits, and treatment by persons with disabilities on an equal basis with persons without disabilities. To establish the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities, to establish the Disabilities and Equal Opportunities Rights Tribunal, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to promote, protect, and ensure the full and equal enjoyment of privileges, rights, interests, benefit, and treatment by persons with disability on an equal basis with persons without disability, to establish the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities, to establish the Disabilities and Equal Opportunity Rights Tribunal, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I would like to move the second reading of a bill for an act to make new and robust provisions for the prevention and protection of persons from sexual harassment, to provide for a right of redress for any person who has been sexually harassed, to repeal the old Protection Against Sexual Harassment Act, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, it's been a long time in coming. This new act, because the old one was from back in the 1990s, but this bill, the new one, Madam Speaker, seeks to address and enhance measures concerning sexual harassment, aiming to update the existing law to meet the changing needs of society. Unlike the current Protection Against Sexual Harassment Act, which deals specifically with sexual harassment in employment, accommodation, and institutions, the new bill addresses sexual harassment also in the workplace, as well as other circumstances or business transactions. Madam Speaker, this bill includes the cyberbullying and photos and unwelcome messages that are now a part of the social media phenomenon here in the 21st century. But the bill also looks at sexual harassment, protection against sexual harassment and anti-sexual harassment when seeking or receiving goods and services, when seeking accommodations, in transactions relating to real and personal property, while being a member of an association or organization, during employment or vocational training, and while seeking the services of an employment agency or an authority that is responsible for professional certification. Under the current legislation, complaints of sexual harassment, Madam Speaker, are made directly to the court. However, in this new bill, which we believe is progressive, the bill seeks to resolve complaints of sexual harassment through alternative dispute resolution where appropriate. If a person considers that he or she has been sexually harassed in any of the circumstances under Part 3 of the bill, that person is able to make a complaint directly to the employer or person in charge of the institution or organization where the sexual harassment allegedly occurred, who is then obligated to investigate the complaint and refer parties to the complaint conciliation or mediation if there is evidence of sexual harassment. This provides the parties with the opportunity to resolve the complaint without a trial and on terms that may be mutually acceptable. Madam Speaker, to safeguard against bias and to ensure that a person alleging sexual harassment against a person that is not employed by the other person, the bill also allows for complaints of sexual harassment in those instances to be made directly to the court. Complaints of sexual harassment in any of the circumstances in Part 3 of the bill that goes before the court are dealt with as a civil matter, and the court therefore has the power to make orders as to costs, damages, or any other order, direction, or declaration. there is sufficient flexibility in the bill, Madam Speaker, that one can look for a section where the specific complaint would come under and be able to have recourse in that regard. Complaints of sexual harassment that are not in relation to the circumstances specified in that part of the Act are triable summarily in the Magistrates' Court. Similar to Section 4 of the current bill, which is going to be the outgoing one, Clause 16 of this bill holds an employer liable for acts of sexual harassment by an employee or agent of the employer. However, the liability of the employer is not automatic, and the employer is not strictly liable for the actions of his employee or agent unless it is shown that the act of sexual harassment occurred during employment and that the employer knew of the sexual harassment and failed to take steps to prevent the continuation thereof. Madam Speaker, again, we are signaling the seriousness with which we take this matter. And believe me, Madam Speaker, this whole issue of sexual harassment is alive and well. And just as we are taking action in relation to the criminals in society, we also have to take action against those people who believe that they can get away with harassing people in a sexual nature. Other salient features of the bill would include the obligation of the employer to implement a sexual harassment policy, and the bill provides a template for that, and to maintain a register of complaints made. Again, Madam Speaker, this would not apply to your mommy and daddy panade shop, but it would apply to large businesses. It will apply to government. It will apply to the private sector to make sure that across the board we are signaling that we are serious. We can also hold persons criminally liable for making a false complaint, so that we have to put in the law as well. And we also, we also make it an offense to victimize a person who has made a complaint of sexual harassment or to pressure someone to engage in sexual harassment. Madam Speaker, let's be serious, and I ask our House of Representatives today to support this new bill. Again, it is progressive. It sends the signals that we need to follow through. As with the disability legislation, it's not a magic bullet, but if we are serious about protecting people from sexual harassment, then let us do this today. I'd like to thank everyone again for supporting. I ask the members on this side of the House, it's so unfortunate that we don't have members from the other side here today. But you know what? That ain't going to stop the work of this government. Madam Speaker, that is my contribution at this time, and I do ask for the support.
I recognize the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, this is a part of the work that we had already on Plan Belize, and again, work that the Honorable Minister has started way back in 1998. It's unfortunate that it took so long to be able to bring it to the House, but it's something whose time has come. And, and sexual harassment is mostly against women, but also men are also sexually harassed. So we have to also take that into consideration. So this is something that protects everybody, both men, women, at home, in the workplace, in public, wherever it is. And in school, yes, exactly, in school, where a lot of times we get complaints from parents about the harassment of their children in school, mostly daughters, but children in general. We had a long discussion about this in in cabinet. So it's not something that we just are passing just for passing, but we have to make sure that we can cover all the bases and that it is something that can work in Belize, it can work in the workplace, it can work in schools and wherever it is, to ensure that that we can give the protection that our citizens need against sexual harassment. Madam Speaker, I commend the Minister on her work and I support this bill.
Minister.
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who has had anything to do with this. It wasn't just one person or one ministry. Madam Speaker, I now move the second reading, with your permission.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to make new and robust provisions for the prevention and protection of persons from sexual harassment, to provide for a right of redress for any person who has been sexually harassed, to repeat the Protection Against Sexual Harassment Act, to repeal the Protection Against Sexual Harassment Act, Chapter 107 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to make new and robust provisions for the prevention and protection of persons from sexual harassment, to provide for a right of redress for any person who has been sexually harassed, to repeal the Protection Against Sexual Harassment Act, Chapter 107 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Utilities, Energy, Logistics and E-Governance.
Madam Speaker, this is the Southern Deep Port Development Facility Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to provide for certain exemptions from taxes and duties proposed to be granted to the Southern Deep Port Development Limited by the agreement, to provide for the effective implementation of the Southern Deep Port Development Facility, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, when I first introduced this bill, I gave a very lengthy explanation of it, and so I will now give way for a debate or for comments on the bill, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Dangriga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A pleasant afternoon to colleagues and to all in the gallery. I rise on behalf of the wonderful people of Dangriga, Hoprik and Sarawi, to express our gratitude for the support that we have received in reaching this point. The Commerce Bight Port, as it is known, has been dormant for over 2 decades. It is an asset that of considerable value with great potential that now we are finally going to be activating again for the benefit of the residents of the constituency and certainly of the country at large. And Minister Mala were tasked with reviewing this project, and they did their due diligence, and we are certainly thankful that it is now where it is today, thanks to you all. I would also like to thank our people on the ground, Madam Speaker, who also played an important role in getting us to where we are now. From our constituency office, we have, of course, Ms. Debbie, who is here with us, members of our executive who have been firm about this being a high priority for Dangriga. Stores, recreation facilities, amphitheater.
Dr. Zalm, Dangriga, and you see some significant stride. And I could remember that port was open. It was about 25 years ago. It closed its doors, and most of the stevedores were from the town of Dangriga. Ever since it was closed, they were clamoring for it to be open, and now it's a time for that to be done, especially with the decline of the citrus industry. That is a testament that the representative is trying to make sure he provides.
That this concept, this idea, has finally come to fruition. And I want to congratulate Minister Shabat, the member for Cayo North, for his vision, certainly for all the people at his ministry who have toiled and worked very hard, to ensure that, this bill comes today to the House. And everyone else involved, certainly the investor, this is significant for Dangriga. I can recall, campaigning 2008 onwards. And every time we went to an election in Dangriga, the cry was, we want the port to come back. We want the port to come back. And finally today, historically, under People's United Party government, we are delivering on that promise to the people of Dangriga, Madam Speaker. As my other colleagues have said, certainly it is going to create, a great level of economic activity for the town of Dangriga in so many aspects. Tourism is going to certainly increase. We're going to see, the business people, certainly seeing better economic activities, whether it is the restaurants, whether it is the promoters who promote the culture. Dangriga is such a very wonderful place, rich in culture. And I am certain that, the people of Dangriga are going to ensure that they maximize this opportunity, to portray to the world what a wonderful and beautiful culture Dangriga has as a part of our country. But, Madam Speaker, I think it would be remiss of me not to recognize and to thank one of our very own who sadly went ahead of us a couple days ago, and that is the Honorable Mike Espat. I want to truly recognize him and thank him for his great efforts, because Honorable Mike Espat was always a part of the discussion and was always an advocate to support the reopening of the Dangriga ports. So, Brother Mike, I know you're smiling, you're watching at us. We thank you and we salute you. We will always remember you. May God continue to bless Belize and Dangriga, and I salute and congratulate Honorable Shabat for this wonderful bill. Thank you.
Minister?
I move the question.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide for certain exemptions from taxes and duties proposed to be granted to the Southern Deep Port Development Limited by the agreement to provide for the effective implementation of the Southern Deep Port Development Facility and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to provide for certain exemptions from taxes and duties proposed to be granted to the Southern Deep Port Development Limited by the agreement to provide for the effective implementation of the Southern Deep Port Development Facility and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
Honourable members, the House will now resolve into a committee of the whole House to consider the bills that were read a second time. Now, normally when we reach this juncture of a House meeting, I would ask that the visitors in the galleries leave during this portion of the sitting. The cameras will be turned off, audio is turned off, However, this is a rather unique sitting in terms of the visitors in gallery. In my recollection, and having checked with both the clerk and the deputy clerk, this is the first time the galleries represent inclusivity in such a manner. It would naturally not be possible for some of our members in the galleries to excuse themselves. Therefore, I will crave the indulgence of members as I utilize Standing Order 91, and I will ask that we respect the reality of members in the gallery in terms of mobility, access, and that they remain while the cameras and audio is turned off.
Bills for third reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report to the Committee of the Whole House. I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Fiscal Incentive Amendment Bill 2024 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentives Act, Act Number 4 of 2023, to provide for exemption on import duty for foreign managers and foreign skilled workers employed by a person with investment of USD $250 million and above, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentive Act, Act Number 4 of 2023, to provide for the exemption on import duty for foreign managers and foreign skilled workers employed by a person with investment of US $250 million and above, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Human Development.
That's insurance.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Disabilities Bill 2024 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to promote, protect and ensure the full and equal enjoyment of privileges, interests, rights, benefits and treatment by persons with disabilities on an equal basis with persons without disabilities, to establish the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities, to establish the Disabilities and Equal Opportunities Rights Tribunal, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to promote, protect and ensure that full and equal enjoyment of privileges, interests, rights, benefits and treatment by persons with disability on an equal basis with persons without disabilities, to establish the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities, to establish the Disability and Equal Opportunity Rights Tribunal, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Insurance Amendment Bill 2024, passed it without amendment.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill... Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act, Act Number 30 of 2023, to provide for realignment of terminology and internal cross-references and to amend the provisions for the disclosure of the beneficial owners and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no.
The bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act, Act Number 30 of 2023, to provide for realignment of terminology and internal cross-references and to amend the provisions for the disclosure of beneficial owners and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honourable members, I recognize the Honourable Minister of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the committee, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Anti-Sexual Harassment Bill 2024 and passed it with amendments. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to make new and robust provisions for the prevention and protection of persons from sexual harassment, to provide for a right of redress for any person who has been sexually harassed, to repeal the Protection Against Sexual Harassment Act, Chapter 107 of the Substantive Laws of Belize Revised, Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favour, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to make new and robust provisions for the prevention and protection of persons from sexual harassment, to provide for a right of redress for any person who have been sexually harassed, to repeal the Protection Against Sexual Harassment Act, Chapter 107 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Minister of Public Utilities, Energy, Logistics and E-Governance.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Southern Deepport Development Facility Bill 2024 and passed it with amendments. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide for certain exemptions from taxes and duties proposed to be granted to the Southern Deepport Development Limited by the agreement to provide for the effective implementation of the Southern Deepport Development Facility and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favour, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to provide for certain exemptions from taxes and duties proposed to be granted to the Southern Deepport Development Limited by the agreement to provide for the effective implementation of the Southern Deepport Development Facility and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Recognize the Honourable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
Honourable members, before I put the question, I would like to acknowledge the names and where they came from, the sign interpreters. It has been a historic day in more than one level, but the sign interpretation has allowed the House meeting, the full House meeting, to reach Belizeans who simply would not have been able to follow today's proceedings. Those interpreters are Mr. Nathaniel Davis, who has a degree in interpreting, and he's from Cayo. He can raise his hand so that those in the chamber. We have Kristen Hernandez, a young woman who spent her first year interpreting for students in Orange Walk. Kristen, you can stand. And we have Robert Garbett, who has been an advocate for the deaf community for many years. He learned sign language as a teenager and has been active in the community ever since. I mentioned before that today was a historic day. It is one of the more inclusive days for this assembly, which struggles and has struggled since its inception to be accessible to all peoples. This would not have been possible without the support of the Special Envoy, Her Excellency Rosanna Briceño, the councillor from Orange Walk, Councillor Dorrit Pascasio, and Special Education Unit Officer Christy Almeida. The Office of the Speaker has worked very closely with these three individuals in trying to get sign interpretation introduced to the National Assembly, but more importantly to ensure that we could have had members from the disability community present both at the last meeting and this meeting. So I thank you. And my last request, members, because I said it was a historic day, it is the last day for our humble clerk, Mr. Eddie Webster. I'd like to invite the Prime Minister to join me below in front of the dais so that we can acknowledge his service properly and photograph.
Speaker, can you indulge me just to say a few words here in the National Assembly to recognize the work of the clerk with Eddie Webster, and as I said earlier, to his family. We did meet in the best of circumstances way back when I was the Minister of Natural Resources. But despite that, I must tell you, ma'am, that he's a gentleman, that at no time did I ever feel any sort of animosity or that, he's holding a grudge against me. And that even when I was in the leader of the opposition, and especially the first part of the Bar administration, they were quite mean. They were not. The clerk never did allow that to influence him, his behavior with us in opposition. He was always helpful. And kind, that I never felt, any sort of, my turn, no? So I want to put that in record, and that even when there was a transition to a new government, that transition was smooth. And you immediately said, well, you're here to work with the government of the day. On behalf of our government, on behalf of our allegiance, I want to thank you, Mr. Webster. I'd like to refer to you as Eddie, and certainly to your family. Thank you so much for allowing us, this gentleman, to spend so many years in public service. Thank you, and may God continue to bless you always. Thanks.
I will invite the Prime Minister as we hand over a plaque of appreciation on behalf of the presiding officers, the parliamentarians, the staff of the National Assembly. And then I will quickly move to close so that, of course, Mr. Webster, your family can join you for official photos inside the chamber, as well as the staff. Indulgence, members. The question is now that the House do adjourn. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.